So we have made the call for non-electronics lanes 1 and 2. Yes, non-electronics lanes 1 and 2. CMDRA test pass. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. CMDRA test pass. You should come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Non-electronics, you're in 1 and 2. Electronics, you should be on standby right now. Yes, the E-electronics class, not non, the regular electronics class. You are on standby right now. So our first pair of cars down the track going to be Brendan Piskacek and Danny Long in the Mustangs. Battle of the Mustangs here. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for electronics. Yes, electronics to lanes 5 and 6 for your first qualifier, please. Electronics down to 5 and 6. Hot Twin, Super Gas, and Street. You guys are going to go on standby. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for Hot Twin. Hot Twin to lane 2. Super Gas to lane 3. And Street to lane 4. Sorry, I made a mistake there. We're going to call Hot Twin to lane 1, Super Gas to lane 2, Street to lane 3, and Super Bike to lane 4. Did I get that right, hopefully? So Hot Twin lane 1, Super Gas lane 2, Street lane 3, and Super Bike lane 4. Now, I understand that some of you might be making a test pass right now, so we will make this announcement again when you can hear it, and you can come back up. But Hot Twin lane 1, Super Gas lane 2, Street lane 3, Super Bike lane 4. Yes, we have called electronics as well. Electronics, if you're not in the lanes, there's a problem. So electronics, you should be down here. Hey, attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. Now that all the CMDRA test passers are done, we are going to make the call again. Hot Twin Lane 1, Super Gas Lane 2, Street Lane 3, and Superbike Lane 4. So Hot Twin Lane 1, Super Gas Lane 2, Street Lane 3, and Superbike Lane 4. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make a call for license and test. Yeah, license and test lane 5 and 6. If you are in the license and test class today, you can come on down to lane 5 and 6. Bit unplanned, but hopefully you might have your car ready to go. So license and test, if you're wanting to make a hit, come on down to lane 5 and 6, please.
Cody Miner and Noisy Boy Romack out there now. This is for keeps, round 1 of eliminations. Cody Miner is moving on to round number 2. 1163 with a 5 on the 1163 dial. So took a little over 2/10 of a second at the stripe to be dead 5. That's a little dangerous, but he's moving on. Noisy Boy Romack. Well, his light started with a 1. That was his first problem. Then he went 1281 on the 1265 dial. So Nick Grega gets a competition single. That's a nice way to start the day in round 1. So 1155 is the prediction. The number on the reader board is 1173. So here we go. This looks like round number 1 of Super Gas. Neil Churchill with the bye here in round 1. He's 059 on the tree. And 972 on the 970 dial. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. We call some classes to the lanes. Superbike, Pro Extreme, and V Pro. This is your call to the lanes. Superbike, we need you in lane number 5. Superbike to lane number 5. Oh, lane number 4. Lane number 4. Superbike to lane number 4. One more time. Superbike. This is your call to lane number 4. V Pro will take you in lane number 1. V Pro to lane number 1. Pro Extreme to lane number 2. Pro Extreme to lane number 2. So just to recap, Superbike, this is your call to lane number 4. V Pro, this is your call to lane number 1. And Pro Extreme, this is your call to lane number 2. So Garrett Price, Chris Spence. And at the finish line, it is Chris Spence. Both riders well under the 970 index. But Chris Spence was closer, so he moves on. Hey, listen up in the pits. Pro Fuel and Canada West Door Slammers. Pro Fuel and Canada West Door Slammers. This is your standby call. Pro Fuel and Canada West Door Slammers. This is your standby call. We go from Super Gas to Street. First pair, Mark Hall and Lee Gallant. Lee Gallant, I believe, is in his early 80s. He's dialed in at 950 aboard the Suzuki in the right lane. Mark Hall on the Honda, working on a dial of 1110. Now, I'm kind of liking his chances. 1124 on the 1110 dial, more than good enough. Lee Gallant missed the tree a little bit, to say the least, then came up 951 on the 950 dial. He certainly had the bike dialed in, but it's going to be Mark Hall coming back for round number 2. Now Marie Leclerc and Bruce Romack, also known as Noisy Boy. So Romack in the right lane, working on a 1265 dial. Marie Leclerc dialed in at 1095. Here comes the finish line, and it says Bruce is moving on. 1266 on the 1265 dial. One above. Nicely done. Marie had the starting line advantage, but comes up 1108 on the 1095 dial. Now Neil Churchill on the bye. 057 up front. And at the finish line, 967, 2 above the 965 dial. Now a competition single. Steve Grega should have Steve Brownlee, or sorry, Nick Grega, rather, should have Steve Brownlee in the right lane. Brownlee unable to make the call, so Grega with a single. Grega, 1157 on the 1150 dial.
While you have quiet time,
While we have quiet time,
many of the non-highlighted names have not come up to show us that they've paid for today for electronics. And we are missing paid 10 cards. So if you have not.
hey, so I've got a list of names in front of me here. These are people that have not come up to the tower and shown proof of purchase for today's race. This would be in box class. So the following list of names, we need to see your receipt. I'm not assuming you haven't paid or anything like that. Or well, no, apparently you haven't paid. So yeah, we can find this kind of stuff out. So here's the list of names: Jeremy Soares, Andy Hatton, Scott Robinson, Colton Morin, Brad Powell, Shaylin Svetic, and Craig Johnson. I'll read that list once again. And if you're on this list, we need you to come up to the tower and show proof of purchase for today's race. Jeremy Soares, Andy Hatton, Scott Robinson, Colton Morin, Brad Powell, Shaylin Svetic, and Craig Johnson. We need you up here in the tower, please. So just going to mention, no box. All you guys are good. Everybody in no box did their job this morning.
Two of these people did.
So apparently 2 of the people on the list have paid. We just don't know who you are. I'll go through the list one more time. Jeremy Soares, Andy Hatton, Scott Robinson, Colton Morin, Brad Powell, Shaylin Svetic, and Craig Johnson. Come see us up here in the tower. So Chad Griffith out there now. Superbike. Competition single. Phil Regular not making the call. 1097 on the 1070 prediction. Now Burt Green and Scott Richardson. Morinville, Alberta versus Markerville, Alberta. How about that? So Burt Green out of Morinville, left-hand side of the racetrack, dialed in at 863. Scott Richardson from Markerville, Alberta, dialed in at 919. JMs and Cody Minor. So now Neil Churchill and Mark Hall. Win light comes on for Neil Churchill. 970 on the 965 dial. Both riders had 150 reaction times. And at the finish line, it was Mark Hall there first, but runs under by 52 thousandths of a second. Now Logan Boys and Daryl Storzik. Storzik, a regular. Well, Daryl Storzik apparently not making the call. Oh, man. The Logan Boys with a competition single here in round number 1 of Superbike. 988 on the 990 prediction.
And they were all 550. So Jeremy's good.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
Did Jeremy come and pay?
His dad came up. I didn't look at their.
Attention in the pits. Listen up in the pits. Pro Fuel. Pro Fuel. This is your call to the staging lanes. Pro Fuel. This is your call to the lanes. We'll take Pro Fuel to lane number 1. Once again, Pro Fuel. This is your call to lane number 1. We're also going to make the call for Canada West Door Slammers. Door slammers, this is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Door slammers to 3 and 4 with overflow going into lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers, Associated Tire. Canada West Door Slammers brought to us this weekend by Artex Racing. Come on down to 3 and 4. Overflow into 5 and 6. Pro Fuel, come on down to lane 1. So Garrett Price. Chris Spence on a single in V-Pro. Goes 8:37. So we'll make a final call for Pro Extreme. Pro Extreme. This is your final call. Final call going out to Pro Extreme. So Daryl Storzik on a test pass. Poor guy, he missed his call for round number 1. Goes 863, 132 miles an hour. All right, Pro Extreme. Round number 1. Rob Aston and Matt McKay Smith. Both these guys, veteran riders. Matt McKay Smith from Merritt, BC. Just a little north. Rob Aston from Calgary, just a little east. Oh boy. Rob Aston was 004, but he's not going to get there. Matt McKay Smith goes 206 miles an hour. ET 6.802. 680 at 206 for Matt McKay Smith. He was 161 on the tree. So he left the door open, so to speak. So Matt McKay Smith will be back for round number 2. Another pair of bikes in the water. Corey Craig and Gary Christopher. Chilliwack BC versus Hope, BC. Suzuki versus Kawasaki. Turbocharged bike over in the right lane.
Envelopes up here.
Yes, so many.
Windowed ones or non-windowed ones?
Non-window.
That's fine too.
Do we have windows ones in the office?
Corey Craig turns it red by a fair bit. So Gary Christopher with a test run. And it goes pretty well. How about 644, 204 miles an hour? Nice looking run there. 411 at 194, 8th mile numbers. Again, at the finish line, 644, 204 miles per hour. Next up, Pro Fuel. Looks like we're going to start off with a bye. Quinn Olson with the bye here in round 1.
Just hide the
All right, now we know what's going on. The War Pony Girl on a test pass, 10:04, 127 miles an hour. So I believe now we'll see Quinn Olson on a bye run.
I already printed the drug stream.
Or possibly not.
Tiffany, the War Pony Girl's Tiffany.
So Quinn Olson, our number one qualifier, scored the bye here in round number one, and he is your Pro Fuel champion in 2024, sporting the number one. So Olson out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. Team Old School Racing. Carries the front wheel to almost half track and puts a 745 up on the reader board, 166 miles an hour. And now we got a pair. We get the all clear from the top end. The teams are given the go ahead to fire the bikes. Wayne Lyons and Evan Barsness. Evan Barsness out of Webb, Saskatchewan. For Berserkers Racing. Wants to thank Mom. Well, who doesn't want to thank Mom? So Barsness in the right lane, Wayne Lyons in the left. Lyons out of Lacombe. I believe that's in Alberta. Barsness running away with it in the right lane. Picked up almost 0.3 of a second on the starting line, but didn't need it. As he goes 780 to Wayne Lyons 834. So Barsness will be back for round number 2. Left lane win light is on. That would be Craig Pelrine. Pelrine out of Redwater, Alberta, goes 771 at 164 miles an hour. Dave Nabar not quite able to hang with him. 803 at 151. So it looks like that will do it for round number 1 of Pro Fuel. I do believe next up we're going to see Artex Racing. Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers coming up for their final round of qualifying.
Not today yet.
Attention in the pits. Hey, listen up in the pits. Non-electronics. This is your standby call. Standby call for non-electronics. right, here we go. Final round of qualifying for the Canada West Door Slammers, and we are starting off with James Kennedy and Greg Laurel Field. Well, Greg Field. Greg Field behind the wheel of the Opal. Kennedy in the Grand Am. Couple of white cars. Couple of 6-second rides. Both cars pre-staged. Field in the left lane, Kennedy in the right. Field's not able to hold it in the beams, isn't going to get any numbers, and oh, isn't that a shame, because he made a nice looking pull. Let's say that was somewhere deep into the 6-second range. Kennedy forced to do a little pedaling, not quite sure what happened to him. 745. Well, off the gas, obviously, at just 153 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Brad Powell and Jan Christensen. Powell, left side. Christensen, right lane. So Jan Christensen not yet on the sheet. Brad Powell currently sits number 23 with an 8:42 effort from yesterday. .036, 073. Powell leaving first. Powell arriving first at the finish line. 8:42 to an 8:59. Jason Field coming up right-hand lane. Field wasting no time getting backed up from the burnout. Sporting the GoPro on the top of the car. Andy Antle at Lacklahash, BC for Antle Towing. Very cool little 1965 F100. Do believe first time competing with the Canada West Door Slammers. 874, 152. I do believe there was a little bit of wheel spin in the left lane for Andy Antle. So Antle, a marginal qualifier for this class. Got to run at least 870 to qualify. Well, he did that yesterday, but he's going to be forced to dial at least 870 once we get into eliminations. Antle's going to be looking for a few hun. Now Cam Shantz and Mike Kenworthy. Kenworthy, right-hand lane. The purple 92 Pontiac Firebird. I'm going to say one of the most consistent cars on the property on any given weekend. Now, there are plenty of cars in this class that repeat very well. A little bit of humidity out there this morning. Not super quick. Well, based on my run anyway. Kenworthy is 018 up front. And 823 with a 0 at the finish line. Cam Shantz getting there well ahead. Cam Shantz 706, 194. Shantz on the sheet, the number 5 spot with yesterday's 704. For Kenworthy, that was his quickest pass of the weekend. Well, that'll help it breathe a little better. Terry Langdon Davies leaving the hood scoop plug in the car. Should point out that beautiful black and purple Willys is actually for sale. Not only is it a deadly race car, it's a big piece of history. TLD turns its 17 red to start the day off. Craig Fredrickson in the right lane. Goes 766 in the Camaro. Craig winning the last Door Slammers race. That's going to bring up Otto Schulte and Mark Thompson. Now we'll go ahead and make the call for non-electronics. Non-electronics Q2. This is your call to the lanes. And we'll put a whole bunch of bike classes on standby. Hot Twin, Super Gas, Straight. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to Hot Twin, Super Gas, and Street. Non-electronics, we need you back to the lanes, please. Non-electronics to the lanes. Kevin Ness, here's the mic.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for Hot Twin to 3, please. Hot Twin to staging lane number 3. Super Gas to number 4. Street to number 5. So that's Hot Twin to number 3. Super Gas to number 4. And Street to number 5. Electronics, you are on standby. Now that it's quiet, I'm going to make that call again. Hot Twin to 3, Super Gas to 4, Street to 5, and Electronics, you are on standby. we're just finishing up Canada West Door Slammer action here for qualifier number 3. After that, we will be moving into Q2 of our non-electronics category. And then we'll be going into Hot Twin, Super Gas, and Street. Yes, Hot Twin, you should be in lane 3. Super Gas, lane 4. And Street, you should be in lane 5 right now. Hot Twin, lane 3. Super Gas, lane 4. And Street in lane 5. Electronics, you are on standby still. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're gonna call electronics down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Yes, electronics, you can make your way down to lanes 5 and 6. We're gonna put Superbike and Pro Extreme on standby. Yes, so we made the call. Electronics lanes 5 and 6, electronics lanes 5 and 6, and Superbike and Pro Extreme, you're on standby right now. So back into our CMDRA bike action here. We got Hot Twin, Cody Minor taking on Nick Grega. Cody Minor dialed in with an 11:57, Nick with a 11:55. So Cody, not going to mess that one up, was 0:28 on the tree. Nick Grega was 1:78. So Cody Minor taking the win. And that's it. That was our final round for Hot Twin. So Cody Minor is your Hot Twin winner today in the CMDRA action. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics, we have called you down to lanes 5 and 6. Electronics, down to lane 5 and 6 for Q2, please. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're making the call here. Super Pro to lane 1, Super Pro to lane 1. Sorry, Super Bike to lane 1. Pro Extreme to lane 2, Pro Fuel to lane 3, and Standby Harley Grudge. So that would be Super Bike lane 1, Pro Extreme to lane 2, Pro Fuel to lane 3, Standby Harley Grudge, and Door Slammers. So in Super Gas action, I missed that last one. We had Neil Churchill in the left lane, Jeremy Lott in the right lane. Neil taking the win, going 995 on the 970. Jeremy was 998 on the 970. So Neil Churchill moving into the final round where he will face off against Chris Spence. Chris Spence got the bye right now, going 973 on that 970 index. So Chris Spence going to be facing off against Neil Churchill in the final round of Super Gas next rotation here. After that, that's going to move us into our street category. So our first pair up here in street is Mark Hall in the left lane, Bruce Romack in the right lane. Noisy boy, Bruce Romack, 1260 up there on the board. Mark Hall with a 11 flat in the left lane. So Mark Hall taking the win there last round, going 11:02 on the 11:0. Bruce Romack 12:73 on the 12:60. So Mark Hall is going to move into the final round of our street category, where he will face off against either Neil Churchill or Nick Grega. Neil in the left lane here on the Kawasaki, taking on Nick in the 2006 Harley over there in the right lane. Nick dialed in with the 11:55, Neil with a 9:68. Considerable starting line advantage here for Neil in the left lane. We'll see if he can turn that into a win light at the end of the track. And he does. Neil Churchill going 973 on the 968. So Neil Churchill will be coming back for the final round where he'll face off against Mark Hall in our street category. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Harley Grudge, we're going to make the call. Harley Grudge to lane 1, please. Harley Grudge to lane 1. And standby door slammers, Canada West door slammers, you're on standby. We're also going to put Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley on a standby as well, too. Harley Grudge down to lane 1, please. Door slammers, you are on standby. So we are moving into our Pro Extreme class here, Pro Mod Bike. Matt McKay Smith in the left lane. Racing against Gary Christopher in the right lane. So this is our final round of Pro Extreme Pro Mod Bike. Matt McKay Smith here in the left lane against Gary Christopher in the right lane. Heads up race on these Pro Mod bikes, well over 200 mile per hour, most of them. So Gary Christopher is going to get the win light here. Matt McKay Smith was 005 on the tree, but having some issues down track and having to slow down. Gary Christopher going 648 at 203 mile per hour. Gary taking the win here in our Pro Mod Pro Extreme bike category. Congratulations to the Christopher family. I'm sure they are hoping to double down today. Hopefully Gary gets the win, which he just did. And then I know Austin's going to be trying to take the win in Top Fuel Harley as well. So with a slight moment of silence here and a little bit of buzzing in the background there. Sorry about that. We're not really sure why our system does that sometimes. But I'm going to announce we have checks up in the tower. So if you went to the semifinals and or runnered up and won yesterday in box, no box, or top comp, the checks are ready and signed up in the tower for you to grab. As well, we got some checks from last weekend still up here too. A couple different racers here. We got a couple checks hanging out up here for last weekend in the tower. So if you want to come pick it up, I know that Mike Bedsworth, James Kennedy, Howie Winklehorst, you guys are all on the property. There is checks up here from last weekend for you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for Canada West Door Slammers. Yes, Artex Racing Canada West Door Slammers. You guys can make your way down to the staging lanes for first round of eliminations. So that was a test pass there from Rob Aston and Corey Craig. Both of them going 198 miles per hour side by side. Rob Aston 716 and Corey Craig 732. So very impressive out of those street bikes. That's going to move us into our Pro Fuel category, where you'll see Quinn Olson in the left lane racing against Evan Barsness. We're going to go with Barsness in the right lane. Quinn Olson getting mightily close to that center line, having to steer the bike back over, and he does just that, going 774, taking the win, moving on into the final round of our Pro Fuel category. So Evan Barsness was 778, a 113 on the tree. Quinn Olson, 097 on the tree, 774 down there at the top end of the track. A great drag race for the two of them. So Quinn Olson moves into the final round, where he will race against Craig Pellerine. Craig has got a nice little bye here in the semifinal into the final round of Pro Fuel category. Door slammers, attention in the pits. Canada West door slammers, we have called you down to the staging lanes. I do see a whole bunch of you coming down, but I'm just going to announce it again because Andy Hatton will probably text me in about 3 minutes saying, hey, did you call door slammers? Yeah, we did. So come on down to the staging lanes, door slammers. So as Nolan would say, Craig Pellerine going to send it straight down Broadway. Right down the middle, 765, 166 mile per hour. He will move into the final round and face off against Quinn Olson in our Pro Fuel category, which, judging by the numbers there, is going to be a great drag race because Craig going 765, Quinn Olson going 774, so should be an excellent final round of our Pro Fuel category. We are going to get a test pass here. So we have called door slammer to the lanes. Pro Mod, Top Fuel Harley, you guys are on standby right now. So moving into our Harley Grudge category here, we got Tiffany Main, or as we call her, the War Pony Girl. So Tiffany Main getting the single here in the first round of Harley Grudge. And our next pair is Nick. I'm going to run in 6 classes, Grega. The man is, I swear, he's in every single bike class we've run in here today. So Nick Grega and Cody Miner, too. I mean, another guy that's run a heck of a lot of classes out here today this weekend. So Nick Grega against Cody Miner in Harley Grudge. So Nick Grega trying to run him down, but can't get there. Cody Miner going to take the win, going 11:39, 116 mile per hour. Nick Grega was 11:54 at 114, but Cody was 0:29 on the tree. Nick was 1:43, so that's the big difference there. So moving into our superbike category, JM's in the left lane on the Hayabusa against Scott Richardson on the Suzuki over there. JM's is going to get the win there, 9:57 on the 9:55. Scott breaking out 9:18 with a 1 on the 9:19. Sorry if I sound a little bit off. I got a Timbit in my mouth right now, courtesy of Jim Banky. So Chad Griffith getting the single here, as I like to call it, the nice little bye. He will move into the semifinals where he'll face off against JM's. So our final pair here in Superbike, Neil Churchill, another guy that seems to be running a lot of classes with a 968 up there, going against Logan Boys in the right lane. Logan with a 988 up on the board. Logan was 008 on the tree. And he's going to turn that into a win light at the end of the track. Logan going 10:07 on the 988, taking the win, moving on into the semifinals where Logan will get himself a nice little bye into the final round. Well, we have a second of quietness right now. I just want to do some belated shout-outs here. Happy belated birthday to Mr. Orlin LaFrance right there. We thank you, sir. As well, going to say happy belated birthday to Cade Shirk out there, too. Apparently, you guys share birthday weekends. So we're just doing a little bit of track prep here before we move into E1 of Door Slammers. So Canada West Door Slammer round 1 action. After that, we will be moving into round 1 of our Pro Mod eliminations, as well as round 1 of our Top Fuel Harley, followed by non-electronics, X275, Limited Street, No Time Index, and then we'll be getting kind of back into the rotation here of bike classes and electronics and some more bike classes and such. I'm also going to give a shout out to Claudine and Scott Kolodichuk for getting married. Yes, congrats to the two of them. No Time Index / Limited Street Racers out here. Been racing out here for a couple years now. Big shout out to Claudine and Scott for getting married last weekend. So congratulations to those two. So first round of Door Slammer action. We are eliminating now, which means you lose, you go home. Gonna bring up James Kennedy in the left lane in the Grand Am against Jan Christensen in the Nova over there. So Jan Christensen texted me this morning and said, "Is Door Slammer running for a Wally?" And I said, "Yeah, they are." He then proceeded to send me a picture of his receipt showing that he bought into Door Slammer about 5 minutes later. So that man's trying to win himself a Wally today. Jan Christensen going to be in tough here. James Kennedy is 003 on the tree and turns that into a win light on a double breakout. So James Kennedy goes 003, 685 breaking out on the 687, but Jan Christensen was well more under an 856 on the 859. So James Kennedy going to move on into the second round of Canada West Door Slammer action. And the dream is done for Jan Christensen on the Wally chance today. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro modified. We're going to get you down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro modifieds, lanes 5 and 6. Top Fuel Harley, you guys are on standby. Our next pair up, Jason Field and Michael Kenworthy, and these guys are on it today. Jason Field going 007, but couldn't turn it into a win light at the end of the track, going 701 on the 696. Mike Kenworthy was 824 on the 822, was 023 on the tree. So Mike Kenworthy taking the win, moving into round 2. Just going to bring up Mike Bedsworth and Otto Schulte. Otto Schulte driving the Blue Cavalier over there in the right lane, and Mike Bedsworth with the Oldsmobile here in the left lane. Bedsworth with a 706 up on the board, Otto Schulte with a 760. And Mike Bedsworth keeping the championship dream alive, only 15 points back, but taking the win here in round 1, which is huge for him. So Mike Bedsworth going 706 on the 706, was 017 on the tree. Otto Schulte was 002, but breaking out 759 with a 5 on the 760. So the trend continues. These guys are deadly on the tree right now. Dale Phillips in the Mustang in the left lane against Craig Fredrickson. No, that's not Craig Fredrickson. That's Scott Robinson over there in the right lane. Scott Robinson with an 014. He's not going to mess that up. Dale Phillips was 100 on the tree. So Scott Robinson going 768 on the 767. Taking the win, moving into the next round. Terry Langdon Davies in the left lane in the Willies, which is for sale, by the way. But it's for sale, not on sale. I went and asked him, I said, "Hey, Terry, how much do you want for this thing?" And he said, "How much are you offering?" And then it kind of was a stalemate there. So he's looking for an offer, a decent offer on it, and then he'll talk. Paul Debris Jr. in the right lane in the 66 Valiant. You know, when a couple of these guys have already gone 002, it's hard to say that someone's going to go better than that. But Paul Debris with a trip zip in first round of eliminations. Paul Debris perfect on the tree, taking the win, going 843 on the 842 with a trip zip with a 3 reaction time. So Terry Langdon Davies unfortunately putting that thing in the trailer and going home. But for the right offer, he could be putting it in your trailer. The car is for sale. So Dale Grasdell here in the left lane in the 68 Chevelle, and Darren Buick in the 67 Chevy 2 over there in the right lane. Dale with a 698 up on the board, Darren with an 815. So Dale Grasdell turning on the red light. Or Grasdell, sorry, turning on the red light. So Darren Buick going to move on into the next round, was 815 on the 815, 038 on the tree. It's going to bring up Ray Rusiani in the Chevy 2 in the left lane. Cam Shantz in the 1937 Chevy over there in the right lane. Cam with a 702 on the board, Ray with a 834. Ray Rusiani with a double 08, but doesn't get the win. Cam Shantz 035 on the tree, going 706 on the 702. Ray Rusiani breaking out, going 831 on the 834. So Cam Shantz going to move on into round 2. Steve Lowe here in the 92 Firebird, freshly sanded down 92 Firebird, looking a little bit matte. Maybe that's the look he's going for, or he's going to give it a new fresh set of clear coat, maybe a new paint job. We're not sure yet. Steve hasn't quite told me, but dialed in with an 825 Howie Winklehorst over there in the right lane in the shoebox Chevy. Howie Winklehorst going 007 on the tree, but breaks out going 841 with an 8 on the 842. So Steve Lowe going to move on into round 2, going 830 on the 825. I'm just going to bring up Mark Thompson in the Studebaker here in the left lane, and Brad Powell in the Chevelle in the right lane. Brad with a 843, Mark with a 747. Okay, attention in the pits. I think you guys are in the lanes already, but Top Fuel Harley, we need you in the staging lanes. Top Fuel Harley, you can make your way down to the staging lanes. Non-electronics, you guys are on standby. Yes, non-electronics, you're on standby. So Mark Thompson getting the win there. Brad Powell going 001 red. So Mark Thompson going to take the win and head on into round 2. It's going to bring up Henry Zacharias and Paul Stretch. Henry in the left lane in the 53 Corvette. Paul Stretch over there in the Cavalier. Paul dialed in with a 724. Henry with a 767. As well out there in the pits, X275, limited street, no time index. You guys are all on standby. Please do not come down to the lanes. You're on standby. We do not need you in the lanes yet. So Henry Zacharias going to get the win there. Paul Stretch was 724 with an 8 on the 724, but was 081 on the tree. Henry Zacharias 769 on the 767, but was 067 on the tree. So that's the difference there. Hank taking the win on the starting line and finishing it up at the finish line. It's going to move into our next pair. Brian Ritchie over there in the 68 Chevelle in the right lane. Chris Lloyd here in the left lane. Chris Lloyd winning Door Slammer last weekend, looking like he's going to try and go back to back here, win 2 in a row maybe. Chris Lloyd dialed in with a 843. Brian Ritchie with a 797. So Chris Lloyd keeping the dream alive for going back-to-back weekends, going 844 on the 843, was 007 on the tree to Brian Ritchie's 081. So Chris Lloyd going to move into round 2 of Door Slammer action here. Bringing up Andy Antle in the 66 F100 here in the left lane. Pretty cool looking old farm truck. I like it. Racing against Rod Leclerc over there in the right lane. So Andy Antle with an 870 on the window. Rod Leclerc with a 674 in the 67 Camaro over there. So Rod Leclerc going to take the win there. Pretty hard to mess that one up. Andy Antle was 430 on the tree. Rod Leclerc was 042, going 676 on the 674. So Rod Leclerc going to move on into round 2. Which is going to bring up our last pair of Canada West Door Slammers. Greg Field and Grant Howell. Greg Field with a 653 was our #1 qualifier here in Door Slammer action. Grant Howell with a 783 up there on the board in the 1937 Chevy. So if you haven't seen Greg Field run before in this little Opel, it's pretty wild. He goes about 220, 230 mile per hour in the quarter mile. Looks a little bit crazy doing it. Greg Field doing the smart thing there, getting on the brakes, but it wasn't enough. So Grant Howell going to take the win. Grant Howell going 964 on the 783, gets the win in round number 1 here. Greg Field breaking out, going 651 on the 653. So Grant Howell will be back for round number 2 of Door Slammer action.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the pro mod elimination, would you please join with me in a brief prayer? Heavenly Father, I thank you so very much. We get the opportunity to enjoy the day that you gave us to enjoy our sport of drag racing. Lord, I thank you for watching over everybody who comes to the races and watches over us, everybody who works here, and all the racers. Keep them safe and just help all of us to enjoy the day. This I pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise, and gentlemen, remove your hat for the playing of the U.S. National Anthem. Please remain standing for the Canadian National Anthem.
So that is moving us into first round of Pro Modified action. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for license and test to lanes 5 and 6, please. License and test to lanes 5 and 6. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for non-electronics to the staging lanes, non-electronics to the staging lanes. 275, we're going to call you very quickly, so please go get ready. Bringing up Nick Duda here in the Corvette in the left lane, going against Dave Kowalski, also in the Corvette. Dave Kowalski in a 2015 Corvette over there, Nick Duda in a 63 Corvette. Very different power plants, too. Nick Duda with a turbocharged small block Chevy. Dave Kowalski with a supercharged, I believe, Hemi over there. I'm not 100% sure on that one. So Nick Duda going to take the win, going 388 at 197 mile per hour, getting out there. Dave Kowalski having a little bit of tire shake, having to get out of it, going 422 at 157. So Nick Duda going to move into the second round of Pro Mod action. We have made the call for non-electronics to the staging lanes. Non-electronics to the staging lanes. You should be down here. So just a little bit of a cleanup at the very top end there. One of the cars just dripping a little bit of fluid, so getting them off the track and making sure to clean up any little bit of fluid that was left there before we can continue on with our Pro Mod eliminations here. Non-electronics, you should be coming down in the staging lanes. I see you guys all rolling in. 275, you guys are on a very short standby here. I'm going to call you any second, so Jordan Brandon, I see you walking down on the starting line. Go get back to your car. Chris Gould, Tyler Stamler, all you guys, go get back to your cars because we're going to be calling you. So our next pair up in Pro Mod category, Rick Barnhart out of Alberta in the 71 Mach 1 here in the left lane, going against Steve Nicholson out of Mission here in the 63 Corvette in the right lane. Steve Nicholson sporting the 959 cubic inch Sonny's nitrous motor. Rick Barnhart with a twin turbo big block, or Ford big block, sorry, twin turbo Ford big block here in the left lane. Forgive me for almost calling it a big block Chevy, but I was close, but I stopped myself. So it is a big block Ford in there with twin turbos on it, suiting that it is a Ford Mustang, so makes sense. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for X275. Yes, X275, we need you in the staging lanes. Milron, Truck Body, X275. We're going to call you down to the staging lanes, please. limited street. We're going to get you to hang back for a few seconds, so just stay back while we get the 275 guys all laddered up, and we'll call you down. So Rick Barnhart on a bit of a wild run there. Manages to get the win light going 498. Kind of pedaling the thing a couple times all over the place. Steve Nicholson having some issues here. Car shutting down on him. Not able to make the pass. So Rick Barnhart getting the win. So we have made the call for X275. When you come on down, please hang out near the back of the staging lanes while we place you and ladder you up with your correct pair.
Top end, I think you were probably saying.
Justin, you can go right to the front because you are first pair down, so you're good to go. You know who you're racing. So our next pair here are going to be Jake Skoklis in the right lane against Jay Syverson in the left lane. Jake driving the 2017 C7 Corvette. Jay in the much older Corvette here in the left lane. So very Corvette heavy class as it would appear. Both of the old variety and the new variety. Out of 7 Pro Mods, 5 of them are Corvettes. So Jay Severson bumping through the beams, it looked like there, going red. Jake going to get the win in the new Corvette over there in the right lane. Jake Skoklis going 001 on the tree and going 409 at 184 mile per hour, taking the win in round 1 of Pro Mod action. So Jay kind of slowly making his way down track. Looks like he is going to get off track. He is. We're good. It's going to bring up our final Pro Mod for round 1, which is Steve Goddard, who got himself the bye here with the #1 qualifier position. Steve Goddard's going to move on and face against Rick Barnhart in round number 2, and we will see Jake come back and face off against Mick Duda in round number 2 of Pro Mod action. So Steve Goddard purging a whole bunch of nitrous over there in the right lane. I know he's been on the quest for the 3-second pass. Very close this weekend, going 4:02 to put him in that number one qualifier position. So we'll see if he can dip himself into the 3:99 here on this pass. I know he's trying to get that done, so hopefully Steve Goddard able to do so and put a 3 up on the board here. Steve Goddard in the nitrous powered GTO. Goes 1 second flat to the 60-foot. Does not get the 3-second pass, but goes 4:05 at 179 mile per hour. So a good solid pass for Steve Goddard. He will be back in round 2 to face off against Rick Barnhart. So Ron Billett on the Big Kids Racing Top Fuel Harley here, making a test pass. So Ron letting off at about 1,200 feet down there and just near the finish line going 786 at 137 mile per hour. So he was out of it decently early, but looked like a pretty solid hit for him. Which is going to move us into our first round of Top Fuel Harley action here, where you're going to see Jim Schellenberg in the left lane against Nate Gagnon in the right lane. Jim Schellenberg is going to take the win, going 666 at 203 mile per hour. Nate Gagnon was out there in front, it looked like, at the no, he was still behind at the 8th mile, but he was in front at the 330, so obviously experiencing a little bit of an issue just after the 330, having to get off of it. Nate was 281 to the 330, but then finishing up with a 777. So Jim Schellenberg going to move into the final round where he will face off against Austin Christopher, who has himself a nice little bye here in the first round of Top Fuel Harley action. So X275, you guys have been called. X275, we need you down to the staging lanes to finish getting laddered up. If you're not there, you should be there. Limited Street, you're still on standby. We're going to call you very quickly here. We're just trying to get things organized down in the staging lanes. So Austin Christopher on the bye run, laying down the hammer, going 649 at 217 mile per hour. So a heck of a pass there for Austin Christopher. He'll be coming back around for the final round where he will face off against Jim Schellenberg in our Top Fuel Harley final. Hey, attention in the pits down there. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call now for Limited Street. Rocco's Diner Limited Street class. You guys can come on down to the staging lanes to be laddered, please. We're going to put you in 1 and 2. But head on down to be laddered to the staging lanes, please. No time index. You're on a standby right now. Do not come down yet. No time index. You are on standby. So Chris Stone going to make a test pass here. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. There is a random Harley Davidson in the staging lanes. There's a motorcycle sitting in the staging lanes, and we need it moved like now. So if you can come and please move your bike if you left it in the staging lanes, that would be much appreciated. So in our first round of non-electronics category here, Alex Eburn in the left lane, dialed in with an 895 in the 67 Nova against Dave Jung in the 96 Camaro over there in the right lane with a 1063 up on the board. So Dave Jung going to get the win there, going 1064 on the 1063, was 020 on the tree. Alex was 214. So Alex going 901 on the 895. Dave Jung going to move on into round 2 of non-electronics category. Going to bring up Jessica Armstrong in the 75 Dart here in the left lane, racing for Armstrong Family Racing with a 1325 up on the board against Darren Martin in the 2005 Sierra pickup. Darren with a 1699 up there. Jessica Armstrong, unfortunately, turning on the red light, so Darren Martin going to get the win here and move on into round 2. Darren Martin was 1690 on the 1699, but Jessica red lit, so didn't matter. Darren moving on. Going to bring up Dan Piskacek and Brendan Piskacek in the unfortunate outcome of random draw first round. The Piskaceks get each other. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Competitor HG27. Yes, bike number HG27. You've left your bike sitting in the staging lanes. HG27. We need you to remove it, please. So HG27, please go move your bike from the staging lanes. So in the battle of the Piskaceks, it's going to be Brendan taking the win. Brendan going 1321 on the 1314. Dan breaking out 1434 on the 1440. So Brendan Piskacek moving on into round 2. Bringing up David Trimble here in the 2000 Mustang with a 903 up on the board, and Danny Long in the 88 Mustang with a 1240 up on the board. So David Trimble going to get the win there, going 908 on the 903. Was 080 on the tree. Danny Long was 231. So Danny Long going home. David Trimble moving on into the next round. Just going to bring up John to back here in the left lane with a 1052 up on the board in that S10 pickup against Sophia Getz in the 2006 Chevy pickup with a 1216 on the board. Sophia just graduated from our junior street category, moved into driving the big car by herself. And I do not think that John's going to mess that one up. He does not. John's back going to take the win there, going 1061 on the 1052. He was 060 on the tree. Sophia was 270. So John with a ton of room to play with at the top end there. Our next pair up, Ryan Wilson in the 75 Chevy Nova against Jason Grunlin in the wheel standing Chevelle over there. Jason with a 941 up on the board. Ryan with a 1055. So Jason Grunlin turning on the red light, handing the win over to Ryan Wilson. Ryan Wilson's going to move on into round number 2, going 1059 on the 1055. Was 021 on the tree. Our next pair up, Randy Kurek in the right lane in the shoebox Chevy with a 1066 up on the board against Craig Johnson in the 79 Malibu wagon here in the left lane with a 1056 up on the board. So just a tenth of a second separating the two of them here. Randy Kurek going to turn on the red light, so Craig Johnson going to get the free pass here. Craig Johnson going to go 1052 on the 1056, was 013 on the tree. We'll move on into round 2. And this is going to be our final pair of non-electronics cars. Dave Shirk in the Chevy Blazer here with a 1057 against Rob Getz in the diesel-powered F250 over there with a 1252 up on the board. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No time index, no time index. We're going to make the call for you to come on down to the lanes for your chip draw. Please bring your cars with you. So no time index, bring your cars, all your stuff. Come on down to the staging lanes. We will be doing chip draw in the lanes, so head on down. So very close off the starting line. Rob Getz rolling that coal out there. But Dave Shirk going to take the win. Dave Shirk going 1058 on the 1057, was 030 on the tree. Rob Getz was 035, running a 1257 on the 1252. So I have made the call for no time index. No time index, please, down to the staging lanes for your chip draw. Shelly will be at the back of the staging lanes meeting you there. So with that, that is the conclusion of our non-electronics category. We are going to do a little bit of track prep here and get ready for our first round eliminations of Milron Truck Body X275 action here. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to put super gas, street, and electronics on a standby. So super gas, street, and electronics, you're on standby. No time index, you should be at the back of the lanes for chip draw. And we will have 275 and limited street action coming at you just shortly here. As well, we're also going to put Harley Grudge Final on a standby. You guys are going to come down with Super Gas when we call you. So Super Gas, Harley Grudge Final, Street, and Electronics. You guys are all on standby. We're moving into our Milron Truck Body X275 action here. First pair up going to be Justin Gallant in the left lane. Fresh off running a 419 last night. First time in the teens for Justin Gallant, and that puts 2 cars in our X275 class in the 14s, which is quite the accomplishment because those guys down in the south are running in the 14s as well. So we used to always be just kind of a little bit behind them down south there, but now I'd say we're catching up. We got some cars that are legitimately right there with them. So huge congratulations to Justin Gallant going 419 last night, as well as Chris Gould going 415 the other day. So two super fast 275 cars out here. Justin Gallant, very impressive though. Just a little small block Ford in that car. Nothing too crazy or special about it. Still managing to put a ton of power down and get down the track. Bob Cook over there in the 93 Ford F-150 with the Pro-charged 427 cubic inch LS motor. Got his work cut out for him here in first round against Justin Gallant, but gonna do what he can to try and chase him down. So Bob Cook obviously loading a tune-up in that thing, knowing he has to do a little what he hasn't done before to try and run down Justin Gallant, because Justin Gallant going to take the win going 432 at 172 mile per hour. Bob Cook spinning the wheels off the start line there. So Justin Gallant will be coming back for second round, where he will have himself a nice little bye into the semifinals. So our next pair up here, Jordan Brandon in the 2000 Camaro in the left lane here. Cade Shirk in the right lane in the Mustang. Cade Shirk, brand new car, first time out with this weekend. Yeah, beautiful little Mustang there, doing a fantastic job of driving it as well. It's his first time in a small tire car, and he's just been coming away, chipping away at it, going 480s to 470s to 460s last night. So taking baby steps, getting used to it, getting a handle on the car, making sure everything is working and sorted out with a brand new car. You don't want to try and come out here and set the world on fire. So Cade Shirk definitely has his work cut out for him. Jordan Brandon, our number 2 qualifier, putting down a 423 last night in the final round of qualifying. So both Jordan and Cade bumping those things into the beams. 2 cars down track, and it's going to be Jordan Brandon getting to the finish line first, going 435 at 169. Cade Shirk, though, setting another personal best, going 458 at 159. So not the outcome Cade probably wanted in first round as far as the win-loss, but definitely the outcome he wanted as far as a personal best goes. Congratulations and happy birthday to him as well, too. It was his birthday this weekend, so what a birthday weekend, coming out here and just chipping away at it, running better and better every single time in that brand new Mustang. So he must be ecstatic, and congratulations to the Shirk family for that. I'm going to hop off the mic here, and Mr. Nolan is going to take over for me.
So our third pass of Outlaw 275 here on the West Coast Outlaw and CMDRA Bike Drags Sunday afternoon. And, well, it's a Camaro, but it's not one that I'm familiar with. Coming on up here this afternoon, it's Chris Gould. Usually running a bit of a golden Mustang. Not this weekend, though. Breaking out a Camaro ZL1, that looks like, out of Spruce Grove, Alberta. Parm Jawanda, at least was set to be alongside him with the 91 Mustang out of Surrey. And when I say set to be alongside Parm, I do mean was supposed to be. Unfortunately, Parm Jawanda broke last night. Had to pack it up and go home early. So a comp single will see Chris Gould into the second round of competition, which will put him up against either John Cuglietta or Bree King in round 2. Well, Chris Gould bumping through the beams at least. Tree took a little bit to come down. Now he gets a launch. We'll end up going 175 miles an hour. We're not sure where the 8th mile time would have been on account of the broken tree, or the tree having the beams broken at least. But 175 miles an hour to the 8th. Kind of recapping so far, Justin Gallant will be moving on into the next round with the bye run into the semifinals. Cade Shirk will be facing off against either Trevor Mulder or Dan Rodrigue, and now Chris Gould set to square off against either Cuglietta or King. And a second comp single in a row. Mandy Brooks, the number 11 qualifier out of Camrose, Alberta for the Bucky's Excavating 1981 Malibu, sporting 598 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor, was set to square off against the small block Mustang for SMC Race Cars from Spokane of Eric McCarthy, the number 4 qualifier. Unfortunately, McCarthy also broke. So Mandy Brooks will take the 450 1981 Malibu through to the second round. Malibu tears down track, goes 454 at 157 miles an hour. Just 1/100 of a second off of Mandy's qualifying time. Next pairing up into the water box, and this time it should be a pair. It will be a pair. Tyler Stamler will bring up that iconic pickup over here into the left-hand side. Stamler qualified number 5 at 4:29 with an 8. And the 2000 Chevy S10 out of Rocky View, Alberta will be squaring off against Jeff Whitworth, number 10 qualifier, with a 4:51. One of these racers will face Mandy Brooks, the number 11 qualifier, in round 2. The weather today has been phenomenal for racing. A stark contrast to the gloomy clouds that were over us yesterday and, of course, on Friday that saw a delay in action to both days. Wheel spin there for Jeff Whitworth. Tyler Stamler runs away. 4:35, 168 miles an hour. Stamler moving into round number 2 of X275 competition. John Cuglietta making his way around the tower with that gold Mustang. And in fact, it's a pair of Mustangs. Cuglietta squaring off against Bree King, number 6 versus number 9 qualifier. Bree King's been knocking the tree down, had a reaction time of 0:03 in yesterday's qualifying session. So Bree King, a real tough cookie to beat there. 2004 Mustang on the tower side, or 2000 Mustang on the Lordco side. Both cars sporting 427 cubic inch LS motors under the hood, with John Cuglietta in particular running that 88mm turbo. Cuglietta out of Parkland, King out of Springbrook, both drivers from Alberta. Winner of this one squares off against number 3 qualifier Chris Gould. So two Mustangs running a similar motor under the hood, although one of them admittedly with that turbo. It's going to be a pretty close match here on this one. They were 4:37 and 4:51 respectively for their qualifying efforts to the 8th mile. So both cars within about a tenth and a half of each other, assuming they both make full hits. And we just saw Jeff Whitworth kind of light up the tires on the right-hand side and not get a good launch. Both cars away, right inside out in front. Did she get there? No. John Cuglietta hangs on for the win on that one. Cuglietta with the whole shot goes 441, 165 miles an hour to Bree King's 445 at $1.64. Close race on that one, separated by 0.05 of a second. Bree King had the acceleration, got to the 330 first by about a tenth, but Cuglietta with the top end charge rips around Bree King to move into the second round. Next duo up. Hey, listen up out there. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Gas and Street Bike to the lanes. Super Gas and Street Bike. We need you both to the lanes. Super Gas and Street Bike to the lanes. Stand by for electronics. Specifically, we're going to get Super Gas into lane 5. Sorry, Super Gas to lane 6 and Street to lane 5. Super Gas to lane 6 and Street to lane 5. Next duo up, Trevor Mulder bringing up the 1990 Mustang Fox Body from Carstairs, Alberta. Squaring off against the Boo, Dan Rodrigue on the far side in his Malibu. Last pair in Outlaw 275 for round 1 of eliminations, and it's number 7 and number 8, 443 to a 447. On either side of the racetrack. Rodrigue with the whole shot, trying to stay out in front. Does he get there? Trevor Mulder drives back around him. Rodrigue got the whole shot, but Mulder fights through for a 443, 168 miles an hour. Taking out the Boo in round number 1. So round 2 of Outlaw 275. Gallant will have the bye. Then it's going to be Brooks versus Stamler, Shirk versus Mulder, and Gould versus Cuglietta. Limited Street, the next one's up for round 1 of eliminations. Brad Thomas and Matt Black. 6 cars in competition. One of these drivers here will get the bye into the final. Black running the 1993 Jeep out of Kelowna. Thomas from Squamish, the 1991 Mustang. 0.6 just about separate these two from their ET. It was a 494 for Thomas, a 560 for Black. So favor, big time in favor of Brad Thomas here this afternoon. First pair of Limited Street pre-stage and ready to rumble. Stage in battle, both drivers bumping in one at a time. Black taking his time. Thomas already there. Lights are down, and it's going to be Brad Thomas out there quickly, and no contest. Brad Thomas into round number 2 and into the finals, as he will have the bye in the semis. Black had the whole shot by about 0.5 tenth, but just did not have any of the top end charge. Was down by almost a full second on the ET. Start line crews checking out the racetrack, potentially something left behind by Brad Thomas. This will be a comp single for the next one up. Max Nielsen for number 2 was set to race against Tej Sanga, but the number 5 qualifier looking like not going to be here this afternoon, so Sanga will be packing it up. Max Nielsen in the Mustang will have a free pass into the semifinals, and will face off against either Matt Robert or Vanessa Richards. Tomax Nielsen again on a comp single as Tej Sanga is broke and will not be competing this afternoon. To the 8th, Nielsen goes 5:05, 142 miles an hour, 0.05 of a second off of his qualifying time that put him in the number 2 spot. Next 2 up, Matt Robert will race against Vanessa Richard, the 2000 Chevy pickup out of Airdrie, Alberta, with an LS3 twin motor. Will race up against the 1989 Mustang Fox Body dubbed Hawaii 5-0 coming out from Kelowna. Both competitors, long-time racers here with West Coast Outlaws here in Limited Street. Final checks complete as both drivers move towards the stage beams. Both racers launch. It's close. 8th mile. Matt Robert taking out Vanessa Richards. A heavy hitter falls in E1 as Matt Robert gets the jump on her and moves that thing into round number 2. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need electronics. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is electronics. Bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we're going to put Superbike, V Pro, and Pro Fuel on standby. Once again, that is electronics to the lanes, and then we need Superbike, V Pro, and Pro Fuel on standby. No time index, the next cars up. Now, this is a bracket category. The times for no time index are actually put into the scoreboards. There is a delay on the tree, but the drivers do not know what they are dialed in at, and we're not going to say what they're dialed in at. Usually, no time classes, a heads-up category. It's not often you see it in a bracket setting. It's interesting to see this happen this way. Well, both cars away. On green lights, it is an instant green. And to the 8th mile mark, Tyler Smith will be moving on into the next round. So Tyler Smith, former junior street competitor, making a splash here in no time index. I believe he ran here as well in other major events like Door Wars and Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So Tyler Smith is really on it as he moves into the next round. Jan Christensen and Rob Getz, the next 2 up. Chevy Camaro Z28 going up alongside a 2024 Ford F-150 out of Kamloops. Once more, 2 green lights. To the 8th. Double breakout that goes the way of Christensen on this one, the lesser offender. Dave Shirk and Mike Stewart, the next two up. We saw Cade Shirk racing in Outlaw 275 not too long ago. And the Blazer racing up against Mike Stewart's Super Chicklet Chevy 2. I think I know who's got this one in the bag. And sure enough, it's Dave Shirk. Next up, it's Sophia Getz alongside Rob Monroe Jr. The Acadian going up against the Chevy pickup with nitrous. Again, 2 green lights, and to the 8th mile, it's going to be Rob Monroe Jr. moving into the next round. Next up, Ryan Ledre. He will race against Joel Smith. Aventura over on the far side with the Malibu over here, tower side. Red light start for Ryan. He will be going home here this afternoon. Joel Smith will move into the next round. So Super Gas final on the line. Both of these races going to be running to the 970 index up at the quarter mile. It'll be Neil Churchill squaring off against Chris Spence. Churchill running these Selly Enterprises, Vita, EQ, Triple Trees, Wood Pines, RV Resort, and Prime Movers. 2008 Kawasaki from Stony Plain, Alberta. And all the way out from Saskatchewan is the 2010 weekend drag bike of Chris Spence from Estevan. Red light start for Chris Spence, and it's over as quickly as it begins as Neil Churchill will take the win in Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association Super Gas for the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. And now the Harley Grudge Final. Tiffany Main, a 2-time champion, that bike built by Welsh Motorcycles out of Edmonton, going up against Cody Miner from Redcliffe, Alberta for Stargate Technologies, Bad Hands, Harley Davidson, Fitzpatrick out of Chilliwack, and Hope Towing. Tiffany Main trying to set a new speed record for the Harley Grudge category, looking to beat 119 miles an hour out to the full quarter. Both riders away on green lights. Cody Miner with a pretty significant hole shot. Tiffany Main chasing him down. Is it enough? It's not enough, but Tiffany Main has beat the speed record. 119.8 miles an hour for Tiffany Main in the Harley Grudge category. Although it is a second place finish to Cody Miner, who took the win by 24 thousandths of a second, 11:47 at 116 miles an hour. But it might be a loss, but it is still history for the Harley Grudge category for CMDRA. Tiffany Main with the new speed record. And up next, it's the street bike final. Once again, Neil Churchill back from the 970 index pass. Churchill just took the win in Super Gas as his opponent went red. Now, the Stony Plain Kawasaki dials in 968 against Mark Hall for the street bike final out of Hannah, Alberta for SS Auto and Napa Canmore for the 2001 CBR Honda. Hall will leave first, dialed in at 11 seconds, while Churchill dials in a 968. Will leave almost a second and a half later. Has to be patient if he wants to keep from giving up a win to Mark Hall. Could be going for a second class of the day. Both bikes away on the green. Mark Hall trying to get out here, and Neil Churchill does it again. Takes the win by about a tenth of a second, taking out Mark Hall, and that is Neil Churchill, your winner in CMDRA Street Bike. Hey, listen up out there. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Electronics. Electronics. This is your final call to the lanes. Electronics, you're officially late. If you're not here, we're running without you. Electronics to the lanes. You are late. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Superbike to lane 4, V-Pro to lane 5, Pro Fuel to lane 6. That is Superbike to lane 4, V-Pro to lane 5, Pro Fuel to lane 6. Stand by for non-electronics. Scott Robinson and Jeremy Soares, the first two cars up. It's the 1994 Beretta out of Chilliwack, dialed in 769. Jeremy Soares is Cameron Drax, dialed in 752 for Quick Tech Race Cars out of Terrace. And Scott Robinson turns it red by 0.03 of a second. Jeremy Soares is moving into round number 2. Colton Morin burns out across the line for the Morin Motorsports Race Tech Dragster. He's going up against Brad Powell, 790 to an 847. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need non-electronics to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is no box. Bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Correction on that one, rear of staging for no box. No box to the rear of staging. We're still getting Superbike to lane 4, V-Pro to lane 5, Pro Fuel to lane 6. Once again, a 790 to an 847 dial for Colton Morin and Brad Powell. Red light start for Brad Powell. Colton Morin takes one into round number 2. Jason Gibson will be up here. 10:25 for the Mustang. He dials in against Craig Johns with the Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon, dialed in 10:56. Craig Johnson carrying the front wheels as he takes off ahead of Jason Gibson, looking like he's got this one well in hand, and he does. 3 thou on the tree, 7 thou off the dial, grand total 10 thou package, about as good as it gets. Craig Johnson is in round number 2. Next pair up, Shaylin Svetic up next to Bear with the 1970 front engine dragster. Svetic dials in 9-12 for the racer out of Langley. She'll go up against Mike Stewart. Bucky brings up the Super Chiclet Chevy 2, dials in 10:08 out of Langley. Huge red light start for Shaylin Svetic. And Mike Stewart is the next one to move on. John DeBack and Brad Vinci will be the next ones up. The Rattoy Systems S10 10:53, while the BC Racing 1968 Camaro running a 10:08. Vinci making short use of the throttle stop as he tries to run after John Tabak. Tabak headed to the top end of the racetrack. Tabak not moving on today. Brad Vinci will be taking him out in round number 1. Steve Veach up next, the 1972 Plymouth dials in 1090 running to the Super Street Index. He'll be using the throttle stop for sure. Andy Hatton to his right side will be leaving second. The 1969 Chevy Camaro from Langley dials in 837. Red light for Veach. Andy Hatton with the freebie. Hatton will follow up with a 835, 160 miles an hour. As we bring up Stu Funk and Greg Dowdy. Stu Funk's Chevrolet comes up 1093 out of Lake Country. Greg Dowdy's drags to 781 coming up from Abbotsford. Stu Funk gets there second. Greg Dowdy got there first, and he will go 785, 161 miles an hour, and moves into the next round. Now, Paul Soares bringing up the Bel Air, dials in 749. Aaron Young with the 2007 PSP Dragster out of Chetwynd, dials in 805. Light start for Aaron Young. Young turns it red by just 0.02 of a second. Paul Soares moves into the next round of competition. Javon Brar will now bring up his Z28 Camaro once again, dials in 1068. After just competed in no time index to the 8th mile, he goes up against Ryan Lasota in the Chevy Malibu. Lasota from Campbell River brings it up. He dials in 1055. Both races away on green lights. This will be decided at the quarter mile. Lasota out in front, and he is not going to get there in time. Javon Brar moving into the next round. Now here's a dragster with quite an interesting look on it. Rusty Stevenson from Charlotte Lake, BC, running a 1998 dragster. Dials in 639 on that thing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your standby call. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your standby call. Bit of an interesting intake setup on this dragster. First glance, he almost had it fooled for certain brass instruments. Holy cow, that dragster's got some move to it. Top end of the racetrack, 645, 211 miles an hour. A blistering pass for Stevenson. And that dragster's got more under it because you heard him on and off the throttle right out of the hitch. More classes from the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association right around the corner. I see Superbike back there. I see V Pro. I see Pro Fuel all back there. Semi-final round of Superbike. 3 bikes left in competition. So Logan boys will get a free pass with the Sully Enterprises Prime Movers and Vita EQ 1991 GSXR dialed in at 988. Next 2 up, and it'll be the last 2 up in Superbike, JMs and Chad Griffith. Triple Tree Racing, Sully Enterprises, Prime Movers, Woodpine RV, and a Scotty-built Hayabusa over here, tower side out in 955. On the right-hand side, in the Suzuki is the Sully Enterprises, Prime Movers, and Vita EQ, Renaissance Industrial, Scotty-built, and Woodpines, number 523, dialed in at 1079, headed up by Chad Griffith. Chad Griffith will be leaving first by about 1.2 seconds. Both bikes away on green lights. Which one of them races Logan boys in the final top end of the racetrack? JMs is moving on, and Chad Griffith is sent packing. Next up, it's the V Pro final. Chris Spence, Garrett Price. Chris Spence bringing up the 2010 D&G machine from Estevan alongside Price from Red Deer, Alberta with a 99 Well bike. Make that a Buell bike. I'm still learning my bike manufacturers. So Spence, Price, V Pro final. Red light for Chris Spence, and that's going to send Garrett Price through to victory lane. Garrett Price takes the win in CMDRA V Pro here this afternoon. Got a Pro Fuel test pass coming on up. So we'll have a testing pass for Pro Fuel here, and then we will have your Pro Fuel final. Tiffany Main racing in Pro Fuel, part of the first daughter and father combo here in Nitro, at least up here in Canada. Tiffany Main, unfortunately, went out earlier today. She'll be upfill for one more test hit on the afternoon. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers to the lanes for your next round. That is Canada West Door Slammers. Bringing them on up for your next round. Canada West Door Slammers to the lanes. We'll go ahead as well and put Pro Modified on standby, as well as Top Fuel Harleys. So once again, that is Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harleys. You are also on standby. Now, the Pro Fuel Final. Craig Pelrine, bringing up a 2015 Peringer drag bike from Redwater, Alberta for East to West Street Erectors and Faro Building Systems, and Shergore racing Quinn Olson, also from Sherwood Park, a 2010 Hyper Derringer drag bike for Old School Racing, sponsored by Taines Big T Auto and Lone Wolf Bobcat Augering. We'll also put a standby call out for Superbike. Superbike, this is your standby call. Superbike, standby call. Burnouts complete. Head to Mets. Is it Craig Pelrine? Is it Quinn Olson for the Pro Fuel Final? Both riders pre-staged. Fully staged for one. For two. Oh, and Olsen trays it right out of the hitch. Headed down to the quarter mile mark. Pelrine's got nothing for it. Quinn Olson, walk-off win in the Pro Fuel Final as Craig Pelrine caught napping on the line. Quinn Olson taking the W in Pro Fuel this afternoon for the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. And for a test pass, Rob Aston brings up that record-setting bike. Put the record down last year for the fastest pass on a motorcycle at Mission Raceway Park on a street-legal tire, a sub-7-second pass for his machine. Rob Aston ripping through the gears. Top end of the race on the test pass. 709, 195 miles an hour for Rob Aston. And we roll back into eliminations for non-electronics. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Craig Johnson, we need you in no box. Craig Johnson, we need you in no box. Your class is running without you. Craig Johnson, we need you in here for no box. ASAP. Dave Shirk brings up the Chevy Blazer from Kelowna, dials in 1057 to Darren Martin in the Sienna, dialed in 1684. Darren Martin leaves first. And Shirk couldn't be patient enough. He goes red by 17 thousandths of a second. And Darren Martin with a free pass into the next round. So Martin going to the semifinals, while Brendan Piskacek will now face off against Dave John. The 1990 Buick Racing 4 goes up for a 13-16, going up against the 90s Chevy Camaro, dialed in 1064. Both drivers away on green lights finally as Jung tries to run down Piskacek. Headed up to the quarter-mile mark, Piskacek gets around him. And Dave Jung, by 10 thousandths of a second, is into the semifinal round. Next duo up, David Trimble will race against Ryan Wilson, the 2000 Mustang, dials in 905. Wilson dials in 1055. Ryan Wilson will take out David Trimble, and just like last time, he moves in to the semifinals. And John DeBack up for more. He will race Craig Johnson here in the no box shootout. The Rad Torque Systems S10 dials in 1054. Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu dials in 1054. So both drivers dialed in. This is effectively a heads up race. DeBack went out in round one of electronics earlier on today. He was trying to make it in round three of no box. He's already made it through the first round, but he's got a heavy hitter to take out. Red light for John DeBack. 2000s red on the tree, and just like that, DeBack out in both box and no box. He will be sent home. Craig Johnson moving to the semis. So start line crew is going to head out onto the racetrack, do a little bit of a check while we get the Canada West Door Slammers situated behind the staging lanes, and then one of the fastest bracket classes on the property will get set to make another run down for their next round of eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Superbike to lane number one. Superbike, bring them on up, lane one. We're also going to bring Pro Modified into lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mod to lane 5 and 6. Tomfield Harleys, you remain on standby. So once again, that is Superbike to lane 1, Pro Mod to 5 and 6, and Tomfield Harleys, you remain on standby. Rod Leclerc, the next one up, as Leclerc going to bring out the 1967 Chevy Camaro dialed in at 674 for the 598 cubic inch big block Chevy machine. He is going to be the buy run here, Indoor Slammers. Frequently a qualifier in the top 3, that car capable of punching above 200 miles an hour. Taking off towards the quarter mile, Leclerc, 018 on the tree, goes 671, 202 miles an hour. Next up, it's Henry Zacharias. He is alongside Grant Howell. Zacharias bringing up the Zacharias Inventory Limited number 1953 Chevy Corvette, dials in 760 with a 660 cubic inch dart motor under the hood. He goes up alongside Grant Howell with a 1937 Chevy, who dials in 776. So relatively evenly matched on the ET at least. Howell with about a just over a 1/10.5 of a second advantage off the tree. Two green lights, and Zacharias chasing Grant Howell. Quarter mile mark, it'll be Zacharias moving into the next round as he takes out the 1937 Chevrolet. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Superbikes to lane 1. Once again, Superbikes, we have called you to lane 1. Superbikes into lane 1. Superbikes lane 1. And we are also making the call now for Top Fuel Harley to lane 1 as well. Top Fuel Harley's coming up to lane 1. Harley's to lane number 1. Next to Paul Debris Jr. brings up the straight line race cars. 1966 Valiant dials in 843 against Mark Thompson. The Studebaker Commander out of Vernon, BC, dials in 747. Two red lights, but Mark Thompson, the lesser offender. Paul Debris Jr. is into the next round. Chris Lloyd, the next one up. He has a 1997 Camaro out of Oyama, BC. Sorry, he dials in 843 against Scott Robinson. That 1994 Beretta dials in 769. Twin Greens, Robinson chasing down Lloyd. Top end, Robinson makes the drive around Chris Lloyd. So Scott Robinson going rounds today as he will punch his ticket into round 3. Cam Chance, now next one up out of Prince Rupert, BC. He runs in the 1937 Chevy Coupe, dials in 7:05. Mike Kenworthy running a 1992 Pontiac Firebird. Kenworthy brings it up. He'll lead first by over a second with 8:23 in the box. For Chance, he couldn't be patient enough. So Cam Chance sent packing with the 7th hour red light. And Mike Kenworthy moves in to the next round. Steve Lowe brings up his Pontiac Firebird out of Langham from 1992. He dials an 8:31. Again, over a second clear of Mike Bedsworth from Marysville, Washington to the 1996 Oldsmobile, dials in 7:07. Steve Lowe trying to hold on. Bedsworth drives around him. Steve Lowe had him on the tree by 8 thousandths of a second and went under by 3. Steve Lowe had it all and he lost it all. He'll be kicking himself when he looks at that time slip post-race. James Kennedy, the next one up, he races Darren Buick. Kennedy bringing up a Pontiac Grand Am, dials in 687. Darren Buick up next with the 1967 Chevy with that 588 cubic inch big block Chevy motor, dials in 815. James Kennedy in hot pursuit, but it's not going to matter because he's led by 5 thousandths of a second. Darren Buick getting the next pass in round number 2. And with that, that closes out our next round of Door Slammer eliminations. Next up, Greg Field. Greg Field bringing up a turbo-powered Opel. Just making a test pass here this afternoon. Field broke out in round 1 of eliminations, unfortunately. He was the number 1 qualifier. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to call license and test to lanes 5 and 6. License and test, bring them up lanes 5 and 6. License and test to 5 and 6. And we're also calling electronics back to the lanes. Electronics back to the lanes. That is box to the lanes. And we're going to be calling for a standby call for all of our Outlaw classes. So standby call to X275 Limited Street and No Time Index. Frank Field taking off. Top end, 642, 226 miles an hour. So the Superbike final for the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association on the line. JMs brings up the Triple Tree Racing, Sully Enterprises, Prime Movers, Woodpine RV, and Scotty Built Hayabusa 1955. To his right, who will be leaving first, it's Logan Boys out of Carndorf, Saskatchewan, a 1991 GSXR for Sully Enterprises, Prime Movers, and Vita EQ. Which racer takes home the championship for CMDRA Superbike? Both riders away on the green light. This one decided up at the quarter mile. Top end of the racetrack. It's going to be a double breakout going the way of Logan Boys. JM's got there first, but is under by more. So Logan Boys moving in to victory lane. Next on up, it'll be the semifinal rounds of Pro Modified. And that'll be followed on up by Top Fuel Harley. So what was supposed to be the first pennant is going to turn into a comp single. Jacob Scosilas bringing up the 2017 C7 Corvette, was set to race up against Nick Duda, but unfortunately Duda is broke and unable to make the call. So Skosila is going to be out on a single pass. To move him into what will be the final round of Pro Modified. .406, 185 miles an hour for Skosilas off the comp single. He's into the final round. Now the question is, who races him? Rick Barnhart brings up the Mach 1 1971 Ford. A Ford big block motor under the hood for the driver of High River. He faces off against Steve Goddard from Red Deer, Alberta, running a Pontiac over on the far side. One of these racers faces Jacob Skosilas in the final. Steve Goddard purging some of the nitrous over on the far side, getting the bottle pressure right to where he wants it. As we wait for Goddard and Barnhart to start to close on up to the stage beams. Lights are down. Oh boy, over to the left-hand side. Rick Barnhart, I think, might have almost caught the wall, kept it out of it though. Gets it back in the groove. He'll lose the round to Steve Goddard, but Barnhart kicking up some dust as he got so close to the left side wall. Think he managed to save the car for the most part, but Steve Goddard will be taking on Jacob Skosilas in the final. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Andy Hatton, we need you in the lanes. Andy Hatton, we need you in the lanes for electronics. Andy Hatton to the lanes for electronics. So just a couple of more test passes here for Pro Modifieds before we close things out. .404, 185 miles an hour. Saw a little bit of a puff of smoke, but it does sound like things are still mostly dry, at least at the top end. And 408 at 180 miles an hour to close out the Pro Mod Test Pass. Next up, it's the Top Fuel Harley Final. On the left-hand side, Jim Schellenberg for Rip It Up Racing. Schellenberg often coming in here strong. To his right, Austin Christopher for Fastlane Motorsports. And the Fastlane Racing crews are working hard for the last couple of seasons. Austin Christopher already a multi-time winner in Top Fuel Harleys here at Mission Raceway Park. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Outlaw 275 back to the lanes for the next round of eliminations. Outlaw 275 back to the lanes for the next round. Stand by still for limited street and no time index. Once again, Outlaw 275 to the lanes. Burnout's complete. The final top fuel race at Mission Raceway Park of the 2025 season. Is it Schellenberg or is it Christopher who will go to victory lane? Staging battle, neither rider wants to bump in first. Schellenberg blinks. No, and he smokes the tires! Austin Christopher gets away well, and Austin Christopher takes a walk-off win. 657, 212 miles an hour. Austin Christopher wins the final Top Fuel Harley race at Mission Raceway Park in 2025. A lot of wheel shake right off the head for Jim Schellenberg will spell an end to his season here. And Christopher walks away with another. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need limited street and no time index to the lanes. That is limited street and no time index to the lanes. Limited street, no time index to the lanes, and stand by for no box. Round 2 of eliminations in electronics, and Mike Stewart takes off Greg Dowdy in hot pursuit to the quarter mile. A breakout for Mike Stewart. We'll see Greg Dowdy's dragster moving around number 3. Dowdy will be squaring off against another competitor next round. Meanwhile, it's Brad Vingy and Jevon Brar. Twin Camaros on this one. One from 1968 for BC Racing, the other one a Z28 on the far side. 1008 to a 1073. Brar, top end, takes out Brad Vingy. So Jevon Brar's Z28 Camaro will be in to round number 3. Next duo, Craig Johnson completes his burnout for the Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu wagon. He dials in 1054. To his right, the Quick Tech Race Cars Cameron Dragster headed up by Jeremy Soares out of Terrace, dials in 749. Start for Craig Johnson, Jeremy Soares getting the free pass into the next round as Craig Johnson takes himself out of competition by the smallest margin. Colton Moore in the next one up will race Andy Hatton 790 to an 837. The Moore Motorsports Race Tech Dragsters goes up against the Grinch 1969 Camaro out of Langley on the far side, out at 837. And Morin will not have it today as Andy Hatton is moving into round number 3. So a little bit of track prep yet to be done, and then we will roll back into Outlaw 275 for a second round of eliminations to set ourselves up for the semifinals. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need non-electronics to the rear of staging. Non-electronics, head on back to the rear of staging. No box to the rear of staging, and stand by for door slammers.
Well, folks, John Tabak here. I am on my way out. So I just want to wish everybody still in the best of luck today. And congratulations to all the champions, those determined and possibly those not yet determined. I don't know. Have we figured out a Door Slammers champion yet? So I don't think we have yet. So again, best of luck to everybody. I just want to say thank you so much to all the staff here at Mission Raceway Park and everybody that's involved in this place, from sponsors to fellow staff members, racers, everybody, race fans, especially you guys. Thanks very much for coming out to Mission Raceway Park and supporting what we do. And if not before, I look forward to seeing all of you at the banquet. So here's till then. Have a great day, everybody.
Round 2 of Outlaw 275, and we'll kick it off with Justin Gallant with the bye run. Justin Gallant taking out Bob Cook in round number 1. On the bye run, Gallant going to go 4:26, 171 miles an hour. Gallant's been making a lot of really good passes over the last couple months or so. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West door slammers. We need Canada West door slammers to the lanes. Canada West door slammers to the lanes. Door slammers to the lanes. Jordan Brandon and Trevor Mulder, the next two up. We got a 1994 Mustang out of Carstairs on the far side from Alberta. It's Jordan Brandon with the 2000 Camaro with a 364 cubic inch LS motor here, tower side. And Jordan Brandon taking out Trevor Mulder in round number 2 by 0.05 of a second here this afternoon. So Jordan Brandon moving in to round number 3. Tyler Stamler going to burn out across the line with the 2010 S10 out of Rocky View, Alberta. He runs alongside Mandy Brooks from Camrose in the 1981 Malibu for Bucky's Excavating. Mandy Brooks doesn't leave, and Tyler Stamler free pass in to round number 3. Tough break for Mandy Brooks as she's going to be backed out. That is unfortunate for the Malibu. Counts were complete for John Cuglietta and Chris Gould, and it sounds like Cuglietta may be done, and yep, they're going to have him get out of the car here. So John Cuglietta will unfortunately be out of this one, and Chris Gould is moving to the next round. So Chris Gould on a single hit. He will move into round number 3, and he will face off against either Jordan Brandon or Trevor Mulder. And well, bit of cleanup to do now with Cuglietta.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
with the live feed.
The Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the Wainwright Association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expecting pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning drive.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay of that about Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks.
where we get some more of the classes figured on up. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need box to the lanes. Box to the lanes, that is box to the lanes. And door slammers, this is your standby call. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need door slammers to the lanes. Door slammers to the lanes. That is door slammers to the lanes. Started it off with Chris Gould and Jordan Brandon, the 2017 Camaro out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, racing up against the 2000 Camaro with a 364 cubic inch LS motor under the hood. One driver moves on into the final round. It's going to be Jordan Brandon taking out Chris Gould. 422, 175 miles an hour on both sides of the racetrack. It was a 22 to a 23. By 0.03 of a second, Jordan Brandon takes out Chris Gould. Now the question is, who does he face? Will it be the TCS runner moving into the water box with Fox body of Justin Gallant out of Chilliwack, BC, or will it be the driver from Rocky View, Alberta, with his 2000 S10 of Tyler Stamler? Ford versus Chevrolet. It's a pickup squaring off against a Mustang. The S10 on the far side, of course. The one at a disadvantage, Justin Gallant taking the #1 qualifying spot and qualified 300ths quicker than Tyler Stamler, but this race could still be a close one. Justin Gallant drives around the whole shot and he takes it by 0.08 of a second. Tyler Stamler did it all but just couldn't get enough. Got him on the tree by 300ths, but he still lost by 8 thou. Justin Gallant with that little bit more top end charge. So that sets up the final. It'll be Jordan Brandon and Justin Gallant squaring off in the final round of Outlaw 275. Now, it's the final of Limited Street. Brad Thomas on the left-hand side. The 1991 Mustang Fox body comes all the way out from Squamish, BC. But coming out from the other side, it's much of a longer drive for Matt Robert, the driver to Airdrie, Alberta. A 2000 Chevy S10 sets us up for the final round of Limited Street. for the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. Both racers pre-staged, bumping forward another 6 inches. Who's gonna blink first? All right, it's a burn down. Neither driver wanted to be the first one in. They'll continue to wait patiently. It's all a game of chicken. Boy, talk about a burn down. Neither driver wanted to move in. Brad Thomas still holding station. Matt Roberts not blinking. Race director Wally giving both drivers the instructions, hey, move it on up. You hear somebody spooling up the turbo. And Robert blinks first. Brad Thomas bumps in. He deep stages. Both drivers on green lights. Wheels up for Matt Robert. Right down the mile bar to the wire by 400s. It's Brad Thomas taking the win in limited street. Talk about a drive. Getting the whole shot win. Bested him on the tree by half a tenth, and he'll take it by about as much. Well, Matt Robert bumped in first, and he may have paid the price. 4.99 to 5 seconds flat. Both drivers at 142 miles an hour, but Brad Thomas taking the win in limited street. Couple of X275 cars just getting set to make a few test passes here as we prepare for the No Time Index final as well as the box semifinals. Well, Lord Colane gets there first on the test pass. It's a 454, 160 miles an hour, while the TCS lane goes 454. Well, how about that? Also 454. 157 miles an hour, though, for the left-hand side. And this will bring up the final round of No Time Index. Check that on the semifinal for No Time Index. Two-time junior street champion Tyler Smith going up against Rob Monroe Jr. in the semifinals. Well, Monroe Jr. got his life predicted pretty well, and he'll take out Tyler Smith and move into the final round. So Monroe Jr. will look to square off against Joel Smith. The Abbotsford local coming up with that 6-liter LS Ventura. And he's going to break the beams and back on out. And next up should be the semifinals of our box shootout. The potential for a father-son final here between the Soars. Jeremy Soars will have the bye run with the Quick Tech Race Cars Cameron Dragster from 2001. Sporting 584 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor, Paul Soars will have to race his way in. .005 off the hitch on the bye run. He'll go right out the back door. 748, 176 miles an hour. Does go under the dial, but it doesn't matter so much when you are in a bye run. So Jeremy Soars into the final round. He's now going to face off against either Paul Soars with the Bel Air dialed in at 749, or he'll square off against the Grinch, Andy Hatton, running the 1969 Camaro. Dials in at 838. So Hatton will be leaving with a near 1 second advantage over Paul Soars. Start for Paul Soars. It will not be a father-son final. Andy Hatton will move on to try and take out the dragster as Andy Hatton moves the Grinch into the final of the box shootout. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. In about 5 minutes, we will be doing winner circle photos for the current winners of today, as well as all of the winners from yesterday. We will continue to do those until we conclude our program here tonight. So once again, if you have won yesterday, or have already won today, Bo will be down there to take some winner circle photos in about 5 minutes. Burnouts complete for the first half of the semifinals of Canada West Door Slammers. Two-tenths will separate the first two drivers on the tree. Scott Robinson comes up first in his 1994 Beretta, dials in 768, while Mark Thompson running the 1954 Studebaker, dialed in at 748. Quarter-mile mark Scott Robinson will be moving into the final round as he has been absolutely on fire today. Takes out the Studebaker Commander. So Robinson, the first half of the final round. Now again, the question will be, who does Scott Robinson face off against? Darren Buick brings up the 1967 Chevy. He dials in 815 for the 588 cubic inch big block Chevy machine, going up against a 632 cubic inch 1996 Oldsmobile, headed up by Mike Bedsworth. He dials in 708 out of Marysville, Washington. Red line for Darren Buick, and Mike Bedsworth is into the final. So it'll be Scott Robinson and Mike Bedsworth into the final round of Associated Tire and Auto Canada West Door Slammers in their final race of 2025. Attention all competitors. Attention all competitors. If you have runner-up, won, or gone into the semifinals today, there are checks waiting for you in the timing tower on the second floor. Once again, there are checks in the timing tower for the winners, runner-ups, and semifinalists of all classes this afternoon. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need the box and no time index finalists to the lanes. That is the box and no time index finalists. Start making their way on down to the lanes. And if you either semied or runnered up, there are checks waiting for you in the timing tower. So if you have made your way into the semifinals or are a runner-up of a class today, don't head on home just yet. You still got checks waiting for you up here in the timing tower on the second floor. So the No Time Index finalists are now in the water box. Well, Joel Smith already fully staged up. Rob Monroe Jr. quickly making his way on up as well. Advantage Smith, Monroe chasing. Oh, but Joel Smith has a problem! And Rob Monroe Jr. gets on the binders, doesn't want to break out. Rob Monroe Jr. steals it in the No Time Index final, and Joel Smith is going to roll to a stop just past the 8th mile-an-hour blocks, and he is quickly getting up and out of the car. Game over for Joel Smith, and a tough way to go out of racing action here tonight, as safety crew is going to make their way on out, check on up on Joel Smith after he had an issue and shut the car off. But whatever the issue was, it looks like Smith has managed to figure it out, as he is going to get the car moving again. We'll get our safety crews back in place and then stage up for the box shootout final, which will be between Jeremy Soares and Andy Hatton. So one more pass in the box shootout, and it's the final dragster pass of the season as well. Jeremy Soares lost to his dad, Paul, just last night. He dials in 749, trying to go for redemption. To his right, Andy Hatton will leave first in the 1969 Camaro out of Langley. He dials in 839 with the Grinch. Soares turned it red by 12 thousandths. He knew it. Andy Hatton with a walk-off win into the box shootout final. And that will close out the box shootout here this afternoon. Only two more finals to go in the West Coast Outlaw Shootout and Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association weekend. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need the Door Slammer finalists to the lanes. Door Slammer finalists, start making way on up to the lanes. Door Slammer finalists to the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275 to the lanes. Outlaw 275 to the lanes. Outlaw 275 finalists. We need you in the lanes. Scott Robinson brings up the 1994 Beretta. He dials in 768. Mike Bedsworth from Marysville, Washington brings up the Oldsmobile. He dials in at 707. With green lights, it's a race for the quarter mile. Top end of the racetrack to close out the Associated Tire and Auto Canada West Door Slammers season. It's Mike Bedsworth taking the win right down to the quarter mile. Scott Robinson made it all the way to the final and is sent packing on the last round. One final to go. Outlaw 275. We eagerly await your presence. At long last, the final race of the day, the Outlaw 275 final, will pull around to the starting grid. Jordan Brandon bringing up the 2000 Camaro with a 364 cubic inch LS motor. He'll square off against number 1 qualifier Justin Gallant with a 1985 Ford Mustang, racing out of Chilliwack. Both races pre-staged. 1, 2, no! Jordan Brandon will get the win as Justin Gallant goes right through the beams. Bumps clean through. And just like that, Gallant throws it away. Doesn't stage the car. Jordan Brandon walks it off in Outlaw 275. And just like that, the 2025 season on a competitive note will draw to a close. Thank you all so much for coming on out for the West Coast Outlaw Shootout of the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. What an awesome season it's been. Thank you to all of the workers that have kept this season going. And a big thank you, of course, to all the racers and crew members and spectators that have been coming on out and joining us every single week. Only one more event to go. It's going to be a non-competitive Friday night Street Legals. That'll be next Friday. Thank you all so much for joining us for a great season in 2025, and we'll be back with more in 2026.